Okay, folks, good morning. Happy Saturday. And we're back at it again. Where we left off. And let's get some airflow in here. And back at it on the Panzer 3Gs. From Plastic Soldier Company. So one thing we're going to need to do relatively soon is we're going to need to put decals on them. So I'm going to go ahead and, because we need some drying time, I'm going to go ahead and paint those areas with this, with my gloss coat that I like to use so that it will be dry and by the time I do that. And I don't think I'm, man, I do a job tightening this down. I don't think that I'm going to use decals for my, hello Q. I don't think I'm going to use decals for my, the crosses. There's just too many. Normally the places where you would put them is somewhere along this small part of the superstructure, and it's just too small an area. I'm going to have to hand paint them, and you know, I really didn't want to do that, but I don't have crosses that are that small, and I can't just keep ordering shit and wait for it to come in. So we're going to go ahead and just paint this area here. I'm going to put the back of the turret. I don't know if I'm going to put turret numbers on the back, but we'll have that area ready. If not, we'll flat coat that, and it won't make any difference. But I'm not going to go ahead and put any gloss coat here on the superstructure because I don't have crosses that are that squat. So, yeah, I don't remember having this much of a problem with 1/35th scale models, but with these, it seems like there's enough dimensional differences on them that frequently you have stuff that just doesn't fit. And these superstructures are either aren't to scale or something funny is going on, but anyhow, it's not a big deal. But, and the back of this one as well. I don't know if I'm going to put back turret numbers because the ones I have are the right size here, but they're kind of small for the back. So I may put them on there, and if they don't look right, then I'm going to move on. Okay. So we need to go ahead and get that out of the way because that's going to take, I don't know, half hour to dry or something like that by the time I get around to using that. And that floor care works pretty well. It was a pain in the ass to find, but I don't want to spray the whole model just for a tiny little area that has that. Okay, that I have to dry and stuff. All right, let's go, and I put all the brushes away, of course. So let's go back to where we were last night, which was painting the black stuff on here. Now one of these is completely done. Road wheels and tools in black, perfect. This one, okay. So we're gonna finish the black. I think I was halfway done with one of them. We'll finish that one up, and then we will add. We'll have to do the tracks before we do the dry brushing, and that's when you'll really get to see what these things kind of look like. Because every time I add color to them, they kind of change a little bit. I think this was the black I was using last night over in this area. Seems about right. Yeah. Or maybe it was this one that was half done. Okay, this one's complete, right? Yes. Okay. Those aren't done at all. The road wheels on one side are complete. This one. Ish. So I didn't do the sidewalls, that's what it is. Hey, you see this mess right here? People that have this permanently on their painting area, I don't know how you can live with yourself. I find it extremely distracting. I almost can't deal with it here. I don't do well with distractions. Like, hey, what's that over here? Oh, never mind, a paint stain. Oh, okay, come back. Hey, what's that over there? Paint stain. I'm not a neat freak by any imagination, but I like to keep my work area free of distractions. I was looking at examples of numbering systems on Panzer IIIs of this time period, and one thing I noticed is, man, there's a lot of examples of ones I would never do. Huge numbers that not only do they cover the vision port, which I don't care for, because first of all, it looks like bumpy and it's a pain in the butt to do, but they even cover the side doors, just like huge. And yeah, I'm not painting any of those. That doesn't even look right. I've seen photography of them, and yeah, there's legitimately vehicles that look like that. They don't look right to my eye, so I won't be doing those. There's lots of examples of ones that do look right, and just do those instead. Just like I've been looking at Commonwealth. I'm just going to call it British, like I've always called it. I don't want to poo-poo the other allies that helped, the other Commonwealth allies, but I just always called it British. So anyhow, I understand there's Australians and New Zealanders in the desert and South Africans, but anyhow, the British vehicles. Hey, the vehicles were all made in Britain, so there you go. The British vehicles in the desert. I'm not a fan of the red and white stripe thing, but apparently that was the common. That was the common markings on them for armored units, especially in Operation Crusader. So if I get over there, I'm going to end up having to do those red and white stripes. They just don't look right. They don't look right on the turret specifically. So maybe I'll try doing some and not putting any on the turret. Just put them down here at the hull, on the front, and see what they look like. Again, it's modeling, so it's a combination of reality and what your take is on it, and some things just don't look right, and that's a shame to have a nice counter camouflage scheme ruined by this red and white stripe on it. I do like British vehicles in the desert. They look pretty sweet, regardless of some of their effectiveness. Doesn't matter. But I'm disappointed to find out that the counter paint scheme is the same for each vehicle. Kind of how U.S. destroyers in World War II were. As you would get, you'd get like a late war Fletcher class destroyer, and it would be a measure 32 or something like that has all the pretty blues, the light gray and some bluish grays and stuff like that, all in a splinter. Yeah, well, every destroyer was painted in the exact same scheme. In other words, it would have the colors in this exact same place. Like, that's a little disappointing to find out. I mean, I understand why they did it, because it kind of makes sense to, if you just let people paint things however they want, they're probably going to do, somebody's going to go overboard. But at the same time, camouflage on a vehicle, I don't know, should be like individuality, no? It was for the Germans. I guess, but yeah, one guy that used up all the blue, or something like that. Jeffrey Smith, welcome. But at some point, we're probably going to do North Africa. And I'll have to take the Africa Corps challenge because I have a feeling that if I was going to make these vehicles Africa Corps, for instance, where I'm going to start is I'm going to paint them to this level. And then we're going to dust the living crap out of them. But still, so you could see, so they're not going to look like vehicles that were painted completely yellow to begin with. I don't know, just something about me just wants to do it that way. And I would do early North Africa stuff anyway, so, you know, I'm not interested in doing Alamein and want to do early cruisers and Mark 6s and but I don't know that I found anybody who's infantry I care for. I mean, AB makes some, I think. I don't need a ton of infantry. It's good to figure out, oh, I would use this for that or this for that. And then, you know, if you ever get around to it, you've already put some thought into it. But okay, those two are complete. Most people in Britain, when they're doing World War II stuff, do they gravitate towards doing British elements, or or it doesn't really matter? There's a couple periods it just seems like people here never do. Italy. Nobody does Italy. Nobody does anything British after Market Garden. I've never seen anybody do something British after Market Garden. Like a Crossing the Rhine or something like that. Something with comets. Never seen anybody do British vehicles with snow camouflage. Ever. Now, given they really can only be used for 1 year, 44, 45, but and the other thing I need to look at is a lot of the scenarios in that North Africa book have Australians. Did Australian infantry have, you know, they've got those bush hats that they wear, but I'm sure they probably weren't supposed to wear those bush hats on the front line, but you know some of them did. So you could probably mix some of those guys in. Is the regular part of their kit the same as regular Tommies? Or is there something distinctive about them in their dress? I don't think it'd be appropriate just to do a bunch of bush hat wearing guys in the desert. That old Simon Soldiers makes them. We gotta wait for well, I think those guys come from Australia, but we gotta wait for the mail situation to get straightened out. Got a pretty good turnout on the people that have seen that skirmish campaigns review that I did, and that's just the latest book that I got. I've had other ones for many, many years. Got to always do a walkthrough on those things if people are interested. Royal Mail have started shipping outside UK again. Okay. It seemed to be a pretty good turnout on people watching those. Always I got one unlike on one of the videos. I mean, is it somebody that didn't like that I showed all the pages? Is it somebody who is doesn't like World War II stuff? Somebody that's upset maybe that I'm not doing DBA shit? Is it somebody who's just jealous that they don't have the book? You know, a thumbs down doesn't really give you any idea. You know, hey, I don't like this. Well, why don't you like it? Are you jealous? It just doesn't do any good, you know. Of course, if if you give a thumbs down and have a nasty response, your nasty response won't be printed. So, you need to be civilized, you know. But thumbs down aren't very useful for people that make videos because it doesn't tell you what you didn't like. Not that we would necessarily change anything, but it would be like, you, if it's something you generally didn't like why? Let people know. But if you're going to be nasty about it, then yeah, your comment's not going to get posted. But or if you want to argue, I'm really floored about how many people really just love to argue. Like, do you think that your charisma is so great that you're going to convert somebody to your way of thinking? No, there are that many people that didn't make it into law school. I hate arguing. It's a waste of my time. I may have thought differently, but ever since the internet, I'm like, I don't bother arguing. You like the color green the best, or I like the color red, and that's fine. It doesn't matter. I said that backwards. I actually like green. It doesn't matter in that example, but too many folks out there want to Didn't make it into law school, want to go on crusade and convert people. I'm just not interested in that. I just want to hang out and have fun. Relax. "20 years ago, I would have been, man, this is tedious. This takes such a little amount of time compared to doing 15s. This is like a piece of cake." I was watching a video the other day and I got a chuckle because they were measuring something. They were like, I forget exactly what the details were, but they went and measured something that they were like the size of a product or something they were doing it. And they went, when they pull out metric, they said, okay, and in French units, this is this is however long. I thought that was hilarious. I think metric is really well suited to the stuff that we do. I should say anything that involves using quarters, 3/8 and 16ths of an inch is just silly. You know, I don't mind metric for little things like this. In French units. Yeah, by the time we get over to the putting the numbers on, this paint will be dry. I mean, the gloss coat will be dry on those little spots. It's probably dry now, honestly. Okay, I think that's all the running gear on this one. Let's go ahead and paint a few tools. Assuming that I haven't. Looks like I did these. We didn't do these cables back here. Good morning from snowy Utah. Yeah, early morning for you. And not crazy, but snowy, huh? It's probably beautiful. So you have to go out there and shovel it. Not my idea of a good time. And I've never had to do it. And don't plan on ever having to do it. I will gladly visit places with snow, but I don't want to live anywhere where Mother Nature's even more problems than it is here. Okay, I think that's all of the black stuff on them. Shovel, 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 jack, jack, jack. Cable, cable, cable. I mean, if I forget something, I go back and do it. I just would like to be efficient about it. We're going to need to paint these things in wood, which is a little block that the jack sits on. And what else are we going to need to do? The wooden handles here on a couple of the tools. But I don't really want to paint that and then dry brush and then ruin that. So we'll do it afterwards. So numbers are next. Oh, what am I thinking? Tracks are next. Tracks are next. All right, let's use a bigger brush so we could be done today. A couple of my neighbors have a good time shoveling as they run their four-wheeler ATVs with plows all over the neighborhood. Oh, I bet they're nice and loud too. ATV with plows. How much resistance does snow give you? I mean, I could burn out an engine on that, like, you know. There goes the four-wheeler. Never been on a four-wheeler, but I have been on a snowmobile in Utah, and what was it, 4 or 5 years ago? I was thinking, man, I'm surprised there's not thousands of people every day that die on them. And sure enough, this year is a bunch of famous people that got in snowmobile accidents. And just being safe is freaking dangerous. You know, I'm not used to, okay, I'm going to take this real easy, and it's still crazy, you know? Yeah, it should work good for the tracks. We need to get in between the bogies and stuff in there. I think the snowmobile, if there was a way that it would have the skis that it has on the front also on the back for stability, would be a lot better. But the fact is, the back that you know, that tread is only, I don't know, is it even a foot wide? Maybe. Just very teetery. All right, let's get in here and paint this track. And this is kind of a rusty-ish type color that I have committed to using, that I've been pretty happy with. I've been very happy with it. Not pretty happy. I've been very happy with this color. Some people like to use like an orange wash and stuff. That's a little too over the top for me. This is old rust. Mixed up with all the dirt and grime that we're going to pick up along the way to the front and at the front. What temperature is it here? 34. Yeah, it's pretty cold out there. I mean, you know, it's pretty cold for, you know, walking out there in clothes that you should be inside. Got off to a little later start, though. Had to get my daughter out to work. She's volunteering. I call it volunteering. She calls it working at the hospital for her school program. Just a couple hours today. So muddy rust. There you go. Yeah, it's not gonna be orange and shit. But hey, it's your creation. You can paint it however you want, but I'm not doing it in that color. And that's the thing about the internet. You may see something you really like. You may see something you really don't like. Okay, well, cool. Somebody tried something I was thinking how it was going to look, and I don't like how it looks, so now I don't have to waste my time doing it. Or, man, that guy's stuff looks really good. Let's see the steps that he took to do it. Keeps you from having to try it out. Just like the fellow who did that article on the desert basing with Vallejo paints on the Flames of War site. That was really useful because I could see what 3 colors they used, how they dry brushed them, and because that's really hard to see how it's going to turn out without just doing a test run, And I don't play Flames of War, but their website has a lot of really useful stuff on it. Their search engine for finding some of it could be a little better, but hey, it's free, What do you want? You don't like it? Move along. Okay, and we'll flip this guy upside down. Make sure we get the teeth so they can be seen from the side. Oh, man. It's the name of that distillery that I went to Park City. Is it High Noon, High West? Something like that. I've been to Utah twice. One of them was for work. It was a work convention. It was like the year after the Olympics went through there. So it would have been like 2003. And I really liked Utah. I'm like, man, we got to come back to this place. And it wasn't until 15 years later or something like that we got a chance to go. And we had a great time out there. But I remember when I went in 2003, it was really weird. Like, I went with work and like, well, we got to go to this. Let's go to this bar and have some drinks. And they're like, well, we got to go and buy a membership. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, so I was thinking that nonsense was still going on when I went 4 or 5 years ago. But I didn't hear anything about it. It was just the weirdest. That was just like the weirdest thing I'd ever heard. I don't drink very often, and I behave myself really well when I do. I become a better person. I'm not just saying that. I'm like, more chill and stuff. And so I'm not a fan of restrictions being put on my, what I can and can't do with alcohol because I don't need those laws. They obviously weren't written for me. So I'm not a fan of the restrictions being put on me for that. But I know I'm the exception, not the rule, so. It just makes me sleepy. So, I wouldn't be drinking while I was doing this. That's a way to not get things done. The Olympic facilities are still in good condition, so the state is trying to get the games back here again. Oh, I don't know. Every year, I watch the Olympics less and less. I don't know how I could watch it any less than I already do, but I guess there's a way. But back when the Cold War was going on, or the other Cold War was going on, I'd watch them, and the coverage was better. Now it's just rather strange. And I'm kind of miffed. Athletes don't watch me paint, so why should I watch them, run around in a circle? You know? Maybe it was just a bigger deal back then, the Olympics. There was less stuff going on, like in the world. Now it's like all kinds of programming. Like, I want to watch the Olympics or something else that's more interesting. But I have zero interest to go to a state like Utah or Colorado, two states that I've been to in the wintertime, and go in the summer. Zero interest. Me personally. Bad enough that it's hot, but hot and dry? No, thank you. Doesn't mean I won't go. It just means, I'm not like, hey, let's do this. Nope. No, somebody else is going to have to suggest that. Well, there's the tracks on this guy. Next. Doesn't take that long. And this, the flow aid helps tremendously to get in and around these things. Have I done some Panzer IIIs? So, not of this kind. I've done some really early, not really early, but I got some Panzer III. I got a Panzer IIIF a long time ago from Brookhurst Hobbies. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, they used to carry a company called MMS. When I was doing, before I ever discovered 15 millimeter stuff, before I ever did 15 millimeter stuff, called MMS. And they were the importers in the United States for MMS. And this is in the days before there was pictures of the stuff. And they had a Panzer IIIF in stock. And I wanted something for Barbarossa. So I ended up getting it. And it had a 37 millimeter cannon on it. And when I think of a Panzer IIIF, I think of them all having 50 millimeter guns. The E is the last one with a 37, but that apparently is not the case. They made, I think, half the production or so of the Fs showed up with, and maybe even some Gs with a 37 millimeter gun. So I was disappointed and never did anything with it. So I ended up in the estate sale that I went to at the last con in September. Somebody had an exact same model of the 3F. I'm like, great, another 3F, and I still don't have a G. I still don't have a 50 millimeter armed Panzer III for Barbarossa. So I'm like, well, F it, I'm going to go ahead and do both of them. And I painted both of them up, and they turned out okay, you know. That particular person that was doing the estate sale also had 5 or 6 Panzer IIILs that were die-cast. Die-cast and plastic, both things together, you know, but they're pre-built models, obviously with no shading or anything on them. So I painted one of them up as well in gray. And I got like 4 of them to do, plus a model kit of 1 to do, all L's. And then I wanted to do some decals for some of those, so I saw there was a company called that they literally brought one, they give you one model, but then like decals for like 7 other Panzer IIIs. So I ended up getting that kit, built that kit as a J with a short 50. Same thing, when I think of a J, I think of a J with the long, it's the first one with a long 60 caliber 50 millimeter gun. The Mark III Special, as they used to call them in the desert. But half of the production line was the earlier 42 caliber gun, you know, the same gun that's here. So I built mine as a J with the earlier gun. So I've built 4 Panzer IIIs, 2 Fs with 37s, a long 50, an L with a long 50, and a J with a short 50. And then we'll have these 3 with a short 50 as well. So this is really the first. This is really the Panzer III that I want for Barbarossa, because this is the most common one that during the invasion. Although there was still like 250 of the 3Fs with the 37 millimeter armed tanks that are Panzer IIIs in the invasion still in the inventory, but that's a logistical nightmare trying to keep track of all those rounds and stuff like that. But I've been wanting to get this model for a long time. So now, unfortunately, somebody told me that this model was inaccurate, and I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. But man, I could just the cupola on it is huge. Look how wide it is. It takes up almost like the entire space here. It's oversized a little bit. It's not terrible, but you know, when you take a 72nd scale Panzer III that is a little large and you put it next to a 234 that's 76 scale, you can really tell that Panzer III is a lot bigger than it should be. You know, but they're war game models. That'd be a really good combination is paint up this T-28, which is 187th, and have it fight a Panzer III. But again, they're war game models. I'm probably going to build these. I mean, I'm probably going to paint them. Why not? I've had them for 20 years. You know? So, you know, if I'm going to buy a new something, I want it to be 1/72nd scale. But I have some things that are in other scales that, you know, all those Skytrex vehicles are all 1/76th, and I've got a lot of T-34s in 1/76. So it is what it is, you know. I mean, I got them for like $5 a piece. Or, you know, I can buy them the right size and pay 20. Nah, you know, I'm good. It doesn't bother me. And I'm usually the one most critical of the stuff I do, so. You go and look at all the sites that they have, and they have several of them for like model kits. Every model has something inaccurate. You know, you would think that they would be able to be more precise about it, but they all have problems. You know, according to the super gurus. So just friggin' build them and move on, you know? I would rather the rules take in the differences between all the model tanks that they have. And the tanks maybe not be 100% accurate, then have really accurate tanks, but then play with vague rules that lumps all Panzer IIIs the same, you know? But I got a lot more long-barreled Panzer IIILs to do, like 5 more. And we're gonna do some of them in yellow for cursed. But be honest with you, cursed time period, Panzer III is just kind of, even with a long barrel, it's just kind of, it's past, way past its time to be that effective. Although I do like how it looks. A Panzer III with a long barrel 50 is, I think, a pretty good looking vehicle. And when you're building models, that is the part you're enjoying, is what they look like. The only sucky thing about these is they don't come with decals, so, you know, I gotta buy them separately and hope they fit. You know, if these guys came with decals, I would think that they would make them smaller so they would fit underneath that spot instead of trying to make them fit. We're going to try painting the crosses on here. Hopefully I'm not too unhappy with the results. I think I'm gonna paint them like a big white one and then put the gray through the middle of them, because I'm gonna make them hollow. You know, with gray in the middle, with the, you know, the background color in the middle. Okay, that side's done. That side's done. Okay. All right, so I've got numerals for these guys, and I got all kinds of numerals. So I think I'll have these 300 series numbers. So this Commander one's going to end in a 1. Now, I don't have to make up these numbers of 3 separate decals. Like this is a decal 6, a 2, and a 1. And I had to put them all together and line them up. And it took It wasn't difficult to do. It just took time. It took time that I wish that I didn't have to take. But these are all one piece, so. Oh. So, this vehicle is not a bad vehicle, but when it encounters a T-34, it's at a serious disadvantage from the standpoint of penetrating the other vehicle. Everything else about this vehicle is a good vehicle. It's got a couple machine guns. It's good on comfort for the crew. Bailing out isn't necessarily great because the driver and the assistant driver have only these escape hatches to go out or go through the turret. But there's several people trying to get out through there as well. So they're relatively reliable, and I think they're a good-looking vehicle. I mean, aesthetically, I think they're a pleasing vehicle. But I will probably, if we do Africa Corps, we'll definitely need to get more. And the S model ones from make an actual Africa Corps one, I don't know that it's that much different. It comes with a couple decals that are useless because it's like these huge numbers that are like that. I mean, they take up like the entire side of the. So I won't be using those numbers because that's just stupid. I'm not doing stuff like that. But I am curious to try an Africa vehicle. Like I said, I would paint it. I would paint it brown. I would paint it like this, and then I would do really heavy dusting everywhere. Anyone do games last night? I don't know anybody in town that plays last night. I'm not opposed to Friday night gaming. Just the group the 15mm Age of Eagles Napoleonics. I think Friday night's a decent. If I'm gonna game on a work night, I don't mind Friday night being one of them, or a day where I worked. But when I do this, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna do it on a weekend. I'm doing it on a weekend, because it's just too much work for me to try to set it up on, a work day, doing all the heavy lifting, and then also, rolling into like one of the busiest days of the week. I don't need that in my life. So, and I live in town. There's several folks that travel from another town to come play with us. Now, the good thing about playing during the week is it doesn't really mess up family obligations, but it's a pain in the ass to stay out too late and then have to roll into a work day. But it's also bad if you play on weekends and then like, oh well, we need to go on a family trip and then I miss a game because of it. So it's good and bad. Right now, I'm just enjoying painting these things up, and eventually I'll get a game in. But man, I got to read rules and stuff, and I'm not hugely interested in doing that. I'd rather like learn about the vehicle histories and stuff. It's a little bit more exciting. I said I can get my World War II game fixed by playing, video games and stuff. I still need to be creative. You got a game group out there in Utah? Somebody made a comment on another it wasn't on YouTube, it was on another platform about a post that I met, and they made some kind of a comment along the lines of they wish they had found somebody in their game group, but they hadn't in their town. And I could be honest, from about 1997 to 2010, I didn't have anybody local to play with historical stuff. So I know it's a pain in the ass. It wouldn't bother me so much now because I got you guys, or I've got this outlet that I could, if I really wanted to solo stuff, you're still soloing it, but at least you've got an audience or other people can enjoy it. But just playing it by yourself, and you'll never believe what happened last night. Oh wait, you don't care, because nobody in your area games. So yeah, I had a hell of a time trying to find folks to play with. And I'd rather not play games than just play fantasy crap. Fantasy crap doesn't excite me to to read about history. You know, so but I think Friday night's actually a decent night to game. There's a gaming group in town that plays on Friday nights, but they don't do any combat games. And then a couple of them just don't like doing dice either. So I'm like, okay, no combat and no dice. I'm like, and they're all right, folks, but I'm like, I don't want to play that bad enough, you know. No dice is actually probably worse than no combat. I like dice. I don't like to shuffle cards. I'm playing a card game. I don't shuffle. You guys don't need to be there long enough. I've even watched videos how to shuffle. Nope, I don't have it in my skill set. I can't do it. No, I can't be good at everything. Come on. I gotta give other people a chance. No, I am not a shuffler. Okay, I do need to check on one thing on this because I think this thing has some rusty parts on here that I'd like to paint rusty before I go and that's these little mufflers down here. I believe those are going to be all rusty and shit. Let me check one thing first. Here's my Panzer 3 Lang. Oh, this one would work. Yep, I painted them rusty there. I painted them rusty there. All right, we gotta paint them rusty. Good. Your Friday night group is Wasatch. Wasatch, where you going? Wasatch Front. Historical Gaming Society. We do an online magazine called Warning Order. Man, are you the one that does all the heavy lifting, or you got some other people that contribute? 'Cause that gets really old if you end up being the one person that does it all. And I don't mind playing different stuff. I just, to this level of commitment of building things for it, I can only do one thing at a time. I can't do this and DBA and, I either do this or do, because it just takes me so long to get stuff created, and I don't want to rush it. I don't want to be like, well, if I just dip things and make them look like trash, I can get more things out. That's unsatisfying. I need to, they either need to look to the level that I want them to, or I won't do it at all. So you all help out. Okay, that's good. Like Mitch has been playing Rapid Fire, but he plays it with Joel that comes in, and he's retired, and they're there when I'm working. So I've yet to play it. They've played it probably 15, 20 times, and I haven't been able to play it once. And it's not because I haven't wanted to. They just played at the wrong time. Again, I'm working on that day. It's a Monday. You should be working. I wouldn't build stuff for it, but I don't mind playing it. But actually, like building stuff for different things, nah, I can't be. I was thinking I was going to do some of that Victorian stuff, but I don't have time to do the Victorian stuff and this. It's painting a lot of guys the same way too, over and over again. I mean, you could put little different stuff on it, but nah, this is definitely where I need to be. Even working on stuff like what's the car game? Um, what's it called? The Car Wars game that I have the vehicles for. I don't have time. Those rules have all kinds of loopholes in them as well. Like that's really unsatisfying. Gaslands. I don't have the energy to do paint for two different things at the same time. So, hey, if somebody's going to put on a game of it, sure. But I'm not going to do the heavy lifting for multiple systems. Especially with the way the workload's been lately, where it's just been nothing but problems. I'd rather play something that's not problematic. All right. Yeah, all that editing and stuff, that takes time. Like, I wonder how many on the Little Wars guys, how many guys are actually working on that stuff, because their videos are intensive editing. Intensive editing. The videos I did, I had to dumb them down a little bit. I had to, like, put less stuff in them because they were taking too long to edit. And that's not where my love is. My love is, this that I'm doing. This is what I want to focus on. And it's not necessarily hard to do, it's just really time consuming. I guess I already painted that one. It was very, very noticeable, the difference. Wasatch. Is Wasatch then like the name of your county? Wasatch your back. Look out, Wasatch your back. I wish I had an airbrush for like priming, only for priming. I don't want to do any of this stuff with an airbrush, and lots of people are wizards with that. They don't need me in that. I don't really have any interest in developing that skill set. But it'd be nice to, not have to use the rattle cans. Especially since, man, they go bad. I had to throw away almost an entire rattle can and half of another one because both nozzles got clogged. And I don't mean the actual nozzle, because you can pull that off. Like the nozzle that goes from the actual can up just wouldn't come out. But I never did throw away my POS airbrush. Maybe I'll try priming something with it and see if it's not too much trouble. All it's got to do is just run black through it. Yeah, I'll try it when I do some buildings. That'll be harmless enough. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. We're not going to do the the tools until we get the decals where we need them. So let's put this away. Let's get the decals out here, which, well, I gotta put my glasses so I can find myself. And these are the small decals that we're gonna use. It's the 1/72nd scale one. And unfortunately, they're supposed to be solid white, but they have some breaks in them. Now, we're not going to use 400 series numbers or 800 series numbers because those tended to be companies that had Mark IVs in them. Okay, so These guys were sixes. All right, I think we're going to do threes on what are the other two? The other ones are also sixes. The ones with the Panzer threes, I have a six. I think 604 and 612. Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to do 300 series with these, and these actually come all three numbers together. So let's get some water here in the little tub, and I'll be right back. And we'll do some decaling. Okay. So let's make sure we got a sharp X-Acto knife. It just makes it a lot easier if you do that. Because I don't think this one's going to be, and we're not going to throw this blade away, but this is not the one we want to use to cut decals out. Got the last one. Well, we can reload this thing with other stuff. I was thinking about getting some generic ones of these on Amazon, but man, I've heard horrors. There's some generic stuff you buy is just garbage, you know. Okay. 1/72 scale. Is this open? Yeah, there it is. It's open on the top. All right, and they're individual decals. It's not like it's all one decal sheet, and you have to cut them out. Those suck. Those really are unpleasant, and they actually give you 3 numbers for each one. So if I was doing 211, there's 3 of those. 212, 3 of them. That kind of thing. I don't know that I'm going to put the turret number on the back because of it being so small. Maybe I'll try it and just see how it looks. Okay, so let me get a pen down here so I can kind of think my process through of what numbers I'm going to use. I know I'm overthinking this stuff too much, but hey, these are important decisions you got to live with. So 525, the 5 series numbers are the long-barreled Panzers. These are 602, 614, and what was the other one? 602. And this is 525 is also the H. Okay, so we're going to do threes on this one. We'll do all three of these. We'll have threes. Okay, so we want this guy to be a command tank. We want him to be the platoon commander in this tank, and not a company commander, not or anything else. So this is going to be like a let's do all from the same platoon. How about that? Let's make him 221 as a commander. And then we'll do a 225 and a 220. Let's do a 224. So we'll do 224, 225, and 221. Let's cut those out. Oh, but we're doing threes. See how easy we get distracted? There we go. Oh, man. Okay. Here's 321. Here's 325. And 324 is right next to it. Okay. Let's do the company commander's vehicle first. We're just going to drop 3 of them in there at once. And hopefully I can see them because this is a white background. Yeah, we can see them. I said company I meant to say platoon commander. I don't know what the hell I said. I jumped around on these because they're individual decals. So I wanted to do 6 because it only came with 1 of each number. So I figured I can use the 9s as 6s as well, just for longevity. But these have individual numbers. So all right, now we got to find where our tweezers are. Here. No, not those. The thin ones. Also not those. Nope. 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 Let's get these decals the hell out of this wetland. We don't need that kind of a problem. Oh, where the hell did they go? We're gonna need... That's microsol. We want microset. Microsol you don't always have to use. Microset you kind of do. All right. No. Nope. I know it's in here somewhere. Should be. And the only reason I'm not using these other ones is the of X-Acto knives. They're not as fine tipped. I guess we'll have to use that one. This is just the common things I use. Didn't turn into that, but it did. Wanted to clear my workspace. Oh well, they'll turn up when I don't need them. I said I'm relatively organized, so those of you that have these huge, incredibly messy areas, I don't know how you guys function, but hey, whatever works for you. All right. That's the glue. Where the hell is the microset? There it is. Fell down on its side. Bastard. Huh. Okay. Alright, we just need any old brush will do for this. One's not too incorrigible. We don't need you right now. Or you. Or you. Okay. Let's get this out. Oh, these suck. It's one of those internet buys that didn't turn out that well. Come on, we almost had you out. There we go. No, that may be a problem. There we go. Okay. Let's just take the turret off. And let's get some of this vinegar smelling stuff. We're going to see how the one on the back looks. It might work out okay. See, I'll be doing this with the... It's not fine point enough is the problem. I actually like the way these numbers look better than if they were completely solid. Because they do have little breaks in them. And let's do the same on the other side. Okay, and we're going to put one on the back of the turret and just see what it looks like. Only because it's just too small. That's all. Maybe it'll look okay. Maybe it'll look just fine. I bet my tweezer's out in the garage. Because what I've started doing is I spray them. Spray the vehicles with a rattle can upside down, and then when I go to flip them, I don't want to use my fingers because I'll get freaking enamel paint all over them, and then I have to spend time cleaning them, and I can mess them up. So I just end up getting like a pair of tweezers and grabbing them from different places and moving them, and that seems to be working okay. And I bet I left it out there. There we go. Let's just rotate this thing about 180 degrees, assuming I can. Come on, come down over here. This is the kind of stuff I wouldn't have a patience for if I was a kid. Nah, I think it looks okay. I think it looks okay this size. It could be larger, but it's blurry as shit for you guys. Unless I adjust the settings on the camera. I really don't want to do that. That's going to take some time, so. I used to dab them, and then you dab them, and it's two. I'm just going to let them dry there. I'm just going to let them dry. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I'm not sure about hand painting the crosses, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Okay, so this one's done. Where are the other two? I didn't cut them out? Okay, it's probably the wiser thing not to cut them out. Yep. All right, 324 and 325. 325. And these are, I believe these are microscale. Are they microscale? Or are they the TL? It might be the TL ones. I have no experience with these guys before. And they seem to be pretty good decals as far as not being super thick. The ones from Petting House, which are all over the internet, Petting House, are terrible. They're extremely thick and they're all one piece. So the entire sheet is one decal. So you have to cut it out and, you know. Here we're just cutting around the paper and the decal's inside of it. So, you know, you're not, even when you're cutting something like this, even with using a new one, you could create like burrs and stuff that you can't see until you put them on there, and then they're not even. So I was not happy with how the Petting House ones turned out. Okay, back to putting some microset down. This just helps supposedly grip it, but it just helps slide it around as far as I'm concerned. I have this stuff. I don't know that it's that necessary. All right, now we want to grab this. We want to put it in between the decals so we're not messing up the paper. We'll do 324 next. And we could probably do 325 as well. Come on. And then I'm going to pull them out there one at a time. Good morning, folks. For those just joining us, where the hell you been? So after this, we'll do dry brushing. And we did paint our Panzer Commander. We did prime him. So hopefully he'll get painted today. Now, I don't know what we're going to do after these Panzer 3s. I don't know what we're going to do. I should do half tracks, honestly, but... Anti-tank guns. I don't have any Soviet anti-tank guns. I need to buy one of those Plastic Soldier Company sets of the come with the 45 millimeters. Got a couple Pack 40s, a Pack 38. I guess that's it. That's all I have. I've got a 2 Pack 40s. I cut a couple of Airfix. Maybe we'll do trucks next. All right, let's see if 324 is ready to roll. Let's move that out of the way. I guess by default they're coming off. They're coming off upside down. That's handy. Having to rotate them in place. But right there. I've just learned to just let it dry. Because you try blotting it, as soon as you blot it, it like shifts at the last minute. Like, shit, let me wet it again and straighten it up. All right, let me blot it real carefully and then move the other way a little bit. I'm like, just let the thing dry. Just let the thing dry. It's not that big of a deal. Damn near exactly where it needs to be. Spooky. Let's check the one on the back is still where it needs to be. Yep, still where it needs to be. Okay, one on the back. Third company, second platoon, fourth tank. 324. Okay. Time for 325. And they didn't always use 3 numbers. Sometimes they used 2. I actually wanted 2, but I wanted them a little bit bigger because I kind of wanted to model this unit on the 11th Panzer Division, even though I wasn't going to make 11th Panzer Division markings on them. But ooh, oh man. These tweezers are just too chubby. There we go. Just need to get it close. Okay. No, don't push that thing off. There we go. Okay, move to the other side. Yeah, they're too not pointed enough. Some things you just shouldn't buy sight unseen. Okay, that's about where it needs to be. Okay, that one is where it needs to be. So is that one. So is that one. All right, now, as I like to say, let me step away from it so I can actually see it. Yeah, that's where it needs to be. Yep. Yep. All right. So, let's take a little bit of tissue paper, or a little piece of paper towel, and I hope I don't mess this up because then I just got to do it again. And just make sure there's no moisture on it. Those decals are pretty invisible. The only thing that's visible is kind of a little glossy spot. That'll diminish, and then when we flat coat it, it'll go away. We need to enlarge that turret a little, the turret hole. which we already did, but I guess we need to do it a little bit more so it goes in and out of there a little easier. All right, now, while we're waiting for that to completely dry, I'm going to go ahead and cut the stands out for them. Where's my Panzer 3 laying? Oh, they're up here. That's not the one. Those are all T26s. Here's the check 38s. Here. Let's hide next to the Americanas. This is one of those die-cast models. And I would like for them to be the same width, if possible. And that, not going to be possible. I'm going to have to make them a little bit wider. I'm going to have to make them a little bit wider. Am I? No, I think I can get away with it. I think I can get away with it. Let's make them the same width. Should be, the ends are going to get did I just use the one that I'm using for the decals? Well, that's stupid. No, it's too late now. F it. We just score this. Test for fit. Should be fine. And this is just shims that I got from work that I didn't need. And unfortunately, they're not large enough for some of the other vehicles. Some of the other vehicles are longer than this and aren't really going to work. That JSU I have, not going to work. Okay, so we should have 3 of these. Now let's round the corners off, or clip the corners off. again, this was something that was readily accessible, but here we go. These are spares. We're going to be able to use these for like Kugelwagens or Jeeps or something like that because of the width. Let's just take this, try to do a 45-degree angle, take it to that corner. Man, that one hurt. Flying through the air. Trying to be consistent, keep the flat side up, because the shiny side is going to be smoother. Magnet's going to apply a lot easier to that one, because these are all magnetized, so I could put them in some kind of carrying case if I need to travel with them, although it's unlikely I will. Just too much of an ass to get me to travel with all this shit. Put on the game, get the camera ready. It's just too much, and I'm already employed. I'm certainly not going to do it on a work night. That borders on bullshit. Got all the big corners out now. Round these out a little bit. I'm just kind of trying to prevent having to wait on this process later on down the queue by doing it now. Okay, now let's get all these scraps. Toss them. Now, where is sandpaper? This is purely aesthetics. Some people would say, why are you even putting them on stands to begin with? Well, it depends on the vehicle. These probably don't need to be on stands. But some vehicles, especially ones that have rubber tracks, they definitely need to be on stands or a separate link track. They can get damage and stuff. So at that point, do you want some vehicles not on stands and some of them on? No. They either all need to be one way or another. So I put them all on stands. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to put them on stands, I might as well magnetize the bottom of them because it makes basing them a lot easier. And if I have to travel somewhere with them, well, there you go. It's not an issue. So I can go both ways on the stands, but the problem is the infantry figures are all going to be on stands. The only thing that may not be on stands, and I haven't decided yet, is the actual like anti-tank guns. I may put the anti-tank gun not on a stand, just for, you know, I don't want it on too big of a stand, then you can't get it somewhere that it normally would be able to position itself in. But shy of that, everything else will be on stands. And I haven't decided yet. I may, by the time I get around to doing them, might be able to make a decision. But the crew members are going to be on individual little pennies. You know, I'm not putting them all like glued on one stand with making a little mini diorama of a Pac 40 or something like that. Because then if, you know, something happens and the crew have to abandon the gun, how are they going to move away? You know? This isn't Flames of War or something like that. We're going to just give it this is the top side. Just give it a little bit of this to have that basing material, give a little bit better purchase on it. I don't know if this is necessary, but I've been doing it and I haven't had any problems, so we're going to keep doing it. Okay, let's get the goop out, which, by the way, I've got a new one coming today. Should be arriving today, new, because I almost killed this thing. As a matter of fact, it's very, very light. Very, very light. How's everybody doing this morning? You guys bored yet? Tired of me rattling off about stuff you're not interested in? Well, bring up something else. We'll talk about whatever you want to. As long as it's something I can... Oh, I almost screwed up. Got to do this next. I'm calling this a screw up is probably unfair. Screw up sounds like something you're not going to be able to fix, and this is totally fixable. All right. We don't need to go all the way to the end. We can go about here. Going through this like it's going out of style too. Yep. Perfect. Or perfect enough. Put that away. Put that away. You could put the guns on smaller bases than the figures. You could put the gun on smaller bases that the guns overlap to keep all the same level as the figures. I see. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm concerned about the trunnions on the guns, that they might be a little too flimsy and could be damaged. Like, if you can imagine, like, the Airfix Pac 40s, and you know which one I'm talking about, because you're of that generation that we all had Airfix stuff, right? You know, do I want them to be just by itself? I almost feel like they need to be on a base. I almost feel like they need to be on a base, but I'm sure I'll make the right decision when it comes to that. Just needs to be consistent, just so it looks consistent. I'm gonna take a look at maybe what some people have done, see what it looks like. I don't like the idea of being on a base because I've got to do like a lot of detailing and grass and shit like that on them, but I think they're going to be they might be a little too flimsy if they're not on a base. I don't know. It's not a huge priority at this point. It's just something to think about along the way. All right, man. I'm glad I ordered this stuff today because I don't know if I have enough of this to do another 3 stands after these. The other thing I have is the gun crews for a lot of these guns are like less than appealing. I've got some white metal gun crews, but not that many. I may only have like, I know I've got 1 pack crew. And I've got I want to say it's a Rapham pack 38. But somebody was telling me the other day they really didn't like the Plastic Soldier Company figures, and I would never buy their infantry figures. I'm just like the figures that they come with, like for crews and stuff. And I don't think they're that bad. They're a lot better than the stuff that the Eschi kits used to come with. Those guys sucked. Those guys are real bad. And honestly, the Eschi figures, you might call them ESCI. I always call them Eschi. I don't know why. The Eschi figures are really lanky and like odd posed folks, but even the ones that came with the models are just not inspiring. Well, there's one. But, what was I going with this? Yeah, I would, I have some FAA, Figures of Armor and Artillery, or whatever the hell they're called now. MLR, I think they go by different names, and I really dislike those figures. They got huge cheekbones, and like squint-eyed and cheekboned, every single one of them. Pack 40s and 6-pounders, trunnions are flimsy. Yeah, your bases are as small as possible. Support wheels and trunnions not fully open, but enough to get crew figures in and show them in action. Okay, so you have them like maybe open 2/3 of the way. I could see that. Yeah, they're really flimsy, and they're old. It's old plastic. It's almost like it's gotten really brittle. Don't have any 6-pounders. I need 2-pounders is what I need. There's that company, was called what? Early War Miniatures. They make all kinds of stuff, but man, some of their figures just, I don't know, they don't look like they're worth my time to paint, if that makes any sense. I didn't even consider it because of the shipping was shut down from the UK, but it's nothing I got to get anytime soon. And I got excited when I got that desert module. I'm like, oh, I could build a bunch of A13s. But the A13 that's on there does not have the later turret. It's not a Cruiser 4. It doesn't have the one with the additional armor, which is the distinctive A13 look. And, I'm not going to buy a $8 tank and then a $20 conversion kit for it. I'd rather just buy it all together. So, I do stuff like that all the time. I'm like, I wonder what it would take to get this. And, I do the research, and it's fun kind of seeing who makes what. Like, I talked myself out of getting any Panzer 4Ds from Armorfast. They just don't have enough detail. They're very bland. You put them next to these, and they'd be like, man, they look terrible. So I think the route to go on 4Ds and 4Es is is it Mirage from Poland? But they're like $24 each. So I don't need them right now. I'm good. Yeah, I like the PSC barrels. I've been really happy, and that's why I went with these instead of the Pegasus, because I feel like these barrels are hefty. They might be out of scale, but I don't want them breaking off, having to fix them. I've been really happy with the PSC stuff. That I have. And honestly, I prefer the plastic models than the white metal because I prefer weld cement to epoxy and super glue. I much prefer the weld cement. All right. I don't think I can get 3 stands out of the rest of this. Luckily, it's coming today. Hope it's the same material. Never know these days. Okay, now we can weather. And now these decals are probably dry enough, right? All right, let's which one of these are we going to abuse next? Oh, this one's already been abused. Let's just get 324 out here. And let's get the old US field drab. And start making a mess, so to speak. One thing is, notice I've given up putting these guys on things to hold them. I just grab them by the edge and it's really not much of a problem at all. I was able to rescue all my kits except that old Airfix Churchill, because I don't know where one of the tracks is. The day I want Churchills, I buy the PSC ones. Unfortunately, they only come 2 in a pack, but whatever. Saves me from doing all that bloody running gear. Alright, so we're going to come in here and these are the 2 colors that are on the actual base stand. It's almost like, why do I even bother painting black on the road wheels? You could tell. You could tell the difference if I had not done it. Unfortunately, these 2-piece tracks, they mold top and bottom, and they're right here at the middle. Like the first track link has like hardly any detail on it, but it is what it is, you know? They're war game models, damn it. Oh, I should have done the crosses next. Yeah, I probably need to stop and do that. Well, I know where they're going to go. Let's just keep weathering. This is a particularly dirty spot. Churchill and Matilda have the worst running gear to put together. PSU Churchills are great. Have a troop of 3 plus AVRE with flying dustpan. I wish they made Churchill 7s. They don't have to be crocodiles, but I wish they were 7s. But all right, we probably need to do the crosses. Damn it. I was hoping not to do that. And I'm not looking forward to doing this. But I got to make them relatively small, which I guess is probably a good thing. That could probably be pretty consistent. So I'm just going to paint the whole thing white. And I'm going to come in with gray and paint the center out. It's going to be a lot easier to get it even how I want it. That's all right. I've got white paint. I got flow aid. I got some brushes I got some confidence in. We'll be fine. I freehanded all those Russian numerals. I think I can handle this. Now. Man, that's thin. That should be fine. Let's get a new, let's put this stuff away. We just put this on this. Yeah, it didn't mess anything up. Right, we need to get this out of harm's way. You go away, you go away, you go away. Away. Alright. What's this, the decal stuff? Just add it to my water. Alright, flow aid here. Yeah, the running gear on the Churchill's terrible. Because you have all those little parts you have to assemble, but you have to sand them off and not, it's just super fiddly. You know, I can do it, but, and then it's 1/76th, so it looks small for a huge vehicle. I mean, Churchill's freaking huge. Yeah. Let's get some white out. We'll go to the hobby store and see if we can't replenish some of these colors today. White's one of them. This thing is not a whole lot left. Now, I'm going to use my same methodology. I'm not going to do this pure white all the way. I'm going to dumb this down. I'm going to darken it a little bit. so that I can go back and clean it up later with the pure white. All right, and we want over this thing here. So let's drop a line. Check this all the way up. Let's get some height advantage over this. All right, let's drop a straight line down first. Man, I'm getting shadow with this. Okay, and I gotta paint out the center. And I may hate how this looks. There's a good chance of that happening. I think we might be all right. We're actually going to do one before we go and do a bunch of these. Okay, so I just have a basic cross shape there. So let's get Panzer gray. Let's get a little bit of Panzer gray here, or German gray as they like to call it. Who knows what they call it now? I've had these paints a long time, so let's get some black. Let's paint out the centers. And then we'll do the same way this. Okay, it's too long in this direction, so let's cut that down. It doesn't look half bad, and I haven't even cleaned it up yet. And yes, it's not supposed to be completely white bright yet. I'm just kind of pacing myself, and then we'll come in and put in some lighter color. I think this has potential. I think we're on the right track. we need to get some of that, this. Hell, I may like it and just decide to paint my own crosses. It's certainly saved a lot of ordering. Okay, good. That was the right move to do with that. Okay, and we're going to end up cleaning this up and lightening up the center a little bit after we. Now let's start bringing the white up. I don't know. That's pretty freaking. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Now let's take this, the blue-gray. Let's add more white. I think that's going to work. I think it's going to work. So let's do it. Let's do it again on the other side. Good. Because I needed to be that size there, and I don't have decals that size. I actually I wouldn't mind having one back there in the back either. Okay. So instead of weathering all three, let's do this one. Let's get this one all the way up, and then we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, and honestly, the cross thing would go a little bit faster if it was in a place where it was easier to reach. Let's see what this looks like with the turret on this side. I think that looks pretty good. Remember, it's going to be weather. We're going to weather over it, so I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's take this and let's mix up a whoop. Let's go right here. The secret to all this is that flow aid, though. You can't do it without it. You made a stencil with an X-Acto knife on the edge of a 3x5 card. That sounds like way too much trouble. How am I going to get the card there? I think it turned out pretty well. You know, we're going to weather over it, so. Yeah, there's no decals that freaking small. And you order them and you get them the wrong size, and they're barely just big enough, and they're silvering. Now, red stars are flat out. We gotta use decals for those. We gotta use decals for those. That's just unacceptably done. But there's a guy out there that he doesn't use any decals at all. He does his own number painting, and it look kind of rough, but it works with his style, and he's got a lot of them on there. I just don't. I would prefer not to do that, you know. Must run errands. Okay. You too, Skylab. Enjoy the errands. Oh. Might as well, if you're going to do errands, might as well do them early. While everybody's still in bed. Wasting their weekend away. Man, Rick, they're really taking their time putting the game grid up for Recon. Seems like it. More than ever before. Whole new crew, yeah. Yeah, the other one put it in too. The other ones would just do it too early. Now that I'm not running anything, whatever. I'm just gonna go and hang out. I'm glad somebody volunteers to do that because I wouldn't do it. That's my hobby isn't putting on conventions. Okay, that ain't bad. That ain't bad either. So let's go in here with a lightening up the white, clean that up. Then we'll try putting one on the back just for one back here. And I saw somebody paint one of these and actually went underneath this thing, so it won't be actually over this. This is actually supposed to represent something else, so. One thing I don't like about playing at a con is you just don't know who's going to show up in the game with you. And there's some folks that just don't have a good time while they're playing a game, or have the wrong attitude, or not necessarily in our group, but just in general. This one's even better than the other side. So I like to say I need to quit my day job, but you know, this doesn't pay very much. Sometimes you need to have problems to solve to develop new skills. And I paint really, really thin, so I can go back. You paint one, oh, went over a little bit, clean it up with a black. I mean, I could just keep going back and forth, 20 times. Not like it's going to be super thick, you know. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's take this lighter color wherever she is, right here, and clean up the middle. Yeah, I think the rate on the hotel went up too. I don't know. I'm not going historic on this year, so. It's the only hobby I have, so it'll be what it is. You know? It'll be what it is. Well, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, let's do one back here. Now that we got it down, the other nice thing is it is in a small area, so it's harder to make it a lot bigger than it needs to be because there's no space to do that. This one, let's see, it's getting too watery. Let's do some of this, some of that, a little more, a little more. Okay, now, if I was an Iron Cross and I was hiding here, could just put on the smoke discharger. That would be a hell of a lot easier. Let's see what the back of the turret looks like. Yeah, I've seen it here. The problem is I got to show one of the legs, or it's just kind of pointless. Let's just start there. Let's start with one of the legs. And I think this is too big to show underneath. I'm not going to StoreCon either. Maybe DayCon with my brother. I'll also hit Air Museum at the end of March. I want to hit that museum that's in, is it Danville, Virginia? But they're only open on like Fridays and Saturdays. I'm like, you can't work that with a trip to Historicon. They got that tank museum at Fort Benning, but that they don't open to the public. Assholes. You know, I never got a chance to go to Aberdeen. Yeah, they moved all those vehicles. Never was able to go. They got them for Army training. What do you guys need to train on about World War II vehicles? Get out of the way. You know? Get out of the way, treadhead coming through. Okay, I think that's close enough for what we're gonna do. Let's go in with the Panzer Gray. I actually don't mind doing this. This is pretty relaxing. Just a little bit of one peeking out over there. Let's go with the... I like that airplane game you and your son were playing at that last... No, it wasn't the last show. I think it was the show before that. That looked pretty cool. Again, you got to get the right people in it. You get a bunch of win-at-all-cost folks, and that'll just ruin everything. Okay, I think this was a productive exercise. I think this was a really productive exercise to paint my own Balkan Kreuzes. Because one thing that's annoying is ordering all these things from different locations and forget the cost, which is an issue. Shit, I'm gonna have the balls to try some vehicle numbering. I can tell already. Where are these brushes from? Fine Touch Liner. No doubt China, but man, these things. You and me, brush, we make a good team, and the flow aid too. Moistening drops, as I like to call them. I can't believe I didn't do this shit for 20 years. Shame on me. And I can't do this and do Ancients at the same. Look at that. Here he is, hiding behind there's like a little rail there or something like that. So you got to paint it like it's underneath there. All right, let's see what this bastard looks like with the turret on it. Oh, let's go ahead and knock this out too. Let's rinse this. I've already done this a couple times, but I think it looks outstanding. I think it looks outstanding. I do shit like that, and I'm like, I want to do more vehicles, you know? Just wait till we do some Western Desert stuff. Some brick cruisers with whip antennas and pendants and shit like that. Sexy stuff. All right, let's pull this off and go back to weathering. And let's finish this guy all the way up. Like them, huh? Turned out really well. Turned out really well. What they turned out, what I like to say, is what I was looking for. It didn't take that long, did it? I don't know. You can't rush things and then expect to be happy with the results. Let's take almost all this off. I don't mind weathering, but man, I don't want extreme weathering where you can't even tell the vehicle is gray. That's like, these are war game models. Go look at the stuff that, that the folks painted for Flames of War. A little bit more weathering than that, but I actually don't mind the style that all that's done in. Let's just go over the end here. Remember, we've got a lighter color to drop on top of this, so. I'm really, really happy. And last night when I started doing these guys, I wasn't so sure. I was like, I don't know, this something about it don't look right. Something about it doesn't look the way I had envisioned it turning out. And we still have one more shade to do on here, so you can't go hog wild. You got to do the Iraqi sand on top of it. That way it matches the groundwork on the stand. So I got a Humber Scout car that I got off the estate sale, and it's already built. It's actually my favorite British armored car. It's a Hummer. I don't know which one, because I haven't looked at them in a while. But it's the one that's got the 15 millimeter and the Beza next to them, and great looking vehicle. But the turret is glued down. I can't use a vehicle with the turret glued down, so I think I need to try to separate it, and I may paint that up as the desert, because I'm going to use the same desert basing I did for my 15 millimeter armies. I think it's going to be like really cool looking. I think it'll turn out really well. All right, where else do we need this? Oh, well, we need some of this back here. All this dirt and shit's gonna kick up on the. No, not so heavy. And I think this guy, I'm gonna make, I think the way forward with this is I need to get a Plastic Soldier Company set and use the antenna for this one. And I think I'm going to use this one for the desert. I think I'm going to make this one desert. There's a scenario in that book that has one of those in it. I think we're going to do it desert. Humber 3 or 4. I don't know which one it is. It's a beautiful vehicle though. I like Daimlers too, but it's a beautiful vehicle. Remember, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of model. I don't care if it's useless. It's not useless, but you know, you run across something like a Panzer II and you got problems. You run across a Panzer I and it has problems, you know. 15 mil is nothing to scoff at, but you're not going to go. 15 millimeter autocannon is not going to go into anything more than like 20 millimeters of armor, I would think. I'm just brainstorming here, you know. The fancy way to say just run in my mouth. All right, now I think I'm actually going to go ahead and put this on. No, let's take it off and do like the parts that we can't reach. Right. We're going to go lighter up here than we would in other places. The painting machine, yeah. I'm loving this, man. And I'm really enjoying I don't have a timetable to get this done by. I mean, obviously, I think this puts me over 50 vehicles. It's funny, it's not even a vehicle game. It's not even a vehicle game. But the game definitely makes a difference whether you're buttoned up or not. You got to put little counters if you're buttoned up or not. So the fact that there's a figure out in the open, like this one guy, is just for looks. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's somebody unbuttoned in the tank. don't think it needs more than that. Remember, we got another shade to come up. All right, let me zoom out, see what I'm looking at. Yeah, I think that's about where it needs to be. Let's get the Iraqi sand and finish the job. There it is. Let's save this for the brown because we need to get a lot like inside the tracks, and that really destroys the shape of the brush. So there's no point having two that are destroyed. You can use one that's not as in that bad a shape. Like this guy right here. Or maybe even this one. Still have some wooden things to paint on there. There was a shitload of dust and stuff in the Ukraine, or running about July, August 41. So these things looking pretty dusty is not a bad thing. But at the same time, I really don't like the people that use like the dusting powders. It's not, because you get all those light colors and crevices, and although that might look realistic at a distance, you know, it is a War Games model. At a distance, you see it, and it's just going to look like all, you know, it takes all of the detail away. You know, you've got places that should be highlighted, and they're not. They're subtled, and so even though they look like a real tank, I don't think that works for what I'm trying to go with, because it just it takes the detail away from the vehicle at a distance. Not the look I'm going for, so. Now I'm going to stand up, look at it. I think this is where we need to be. I think that's what we need to be. Man, I'm really happy with those crosses. That's a good thing because that solves a huge problem for me. That solves a huge problem. Okay. So, where do we go from there? We got some wooden things to paint. We got some wooden things to paint. We've got the machine guns to dry brush. Let's go with this guy right here. Let's go ahead and get this Iron Warriors. I painted them in black, but I did not go over them with any of the steel colors. So we're going to add some on this cable. And so forth. That's about it. Now, there's that super brush that needs a award for it. No, this is its cousin. It's here. Let's get the beige brown out. We're not going to use a wet palette for this. Would we? Maybe we should. There's enough different spots on it. Oh shit. I gotta go for something. I got paint somewhere it's not supposed to have paint. Be right back. Okay, and we're back. So that happened because I got live paint here, and I bet I placed this on it. Yep, sure enough, look at the bottom of the wet palette. We're gonna solve this bastard right now. So, mission accomplished, and we learned something new. I've been talking about using certain kind of soap to clean your brushes. This stuff right here, it's available in the grocery store here in the United States. This stuff actually will take all the paint off of your brush. And it'll also take your paint off your sweatpants if you end up getting that. Of course, I got some soap in there right now, but it all came right off. So this stuff is really good. I gotta put this back. But anyhow, we're gonna have to change our operations and make sure that we don't have this live paint shit here, because that's what happened. I set it on top of it, and then I went and set it on my leg, and what a freaking mess. So we're gonna have to cut a little, when we dry brush, we're gonna have to cut a little I know, and there's wet stuff here, so this wet palette's probably gonna be a mess, but you know, so be it. I don't want this shit on here. We'll get that later. Anyhow, that's probably only the second time in 35 years painting I've gotten paint on myself, on clothing. It just doesn't happen. We're just using quantities that are just really, really small. Now, I suspect this is probably going to be a disaster now because I flipped it upside down. Not that bad. Did get some on here, but figured I'd share that with you guys. This Myers soap stuff's really good. I don't really love the way it smells. The light blue one is probably the best smell. We use it for hand soap, and I just, you know, I went out there one day, and this is in precarious position. I went one day and cleaned my brushes. I'm like, man, it's getting all the paint out of it. And yeah, amazing. Okay, well, I fixed something that should have never happened to begin with. Excellent. You never know what's going to happen here. Now, let's go ahead and get a new protector here for that. Yeah, let's cut all the shit. A little bit more protection than that. There we go. How do I turn that off? Okay, so wet spot now. All right. Oh, we were using this one, right? Where is that beige brown? Here. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten, it's like the second time I've ever gotten paint on myself, and maybe even the first time. It just doesn't happen. I mean, just try to be careful. You know, we're using really small amounts of paint, so you got to get really, wild for it to start slinging it in different places, but it happens. This. Okay. Joe, I don't know if you're still on. I don't know what you want to do Monday. We can go back to what we were doing. The problem is if Scott's going to show up, he hasn't played it at all. And we're probably, what, on 8 or 9 sessions on working on stuff. So I don't know if that's a bad combination. I'm fine doing whatever we want to do. Doesn't really matter to me. But for some reason, he has managed to miss every single session that we've done. We've been doing the tinkering with, so he's very far behind. Yeah, I'd love to play the Ironclad game. I think that'd be cool. I've heard only good things about it, especially if you know how to play it. Especially if you do a scenario that's not American Civil War. I don't know if you were on there. I was talking about that game last night, and I don't remember if you were on here or whatever. But man, I really dislike like U.S. Ironclad names like Wakatok and Mikamak, and it just is silly, you know. And I'm fine if you're going to have Indian names, if you're going to have Indian people on it, but it doesn't make sense to name things after folks that you ship away somewhere. You know, it's a incongruency, you know. Micmac and TikTok. Actually, you could have a U.S. Ironclad, USS TikTok. How many ships are in that one scenario that you're going to run at the day thing? It's Peruvian and Chilean? Does that sound right? Yeah, the Ironclad game sounds fine with me. Even if you did ACW stuff, whatever. Sounds cool. I've heard really good things about it. See if you make me regret selling my copy. Of course, I actually didn't know at the time that there was a later period modification. For it. I had no idea. I guess that later period probably goes from ACW until Sea Creek takes over, I would imagine. 1860s, 1870s. There's a guy that just came out with a set of rules. I've been watching him. I knew it was kind of his home rules, and he does some amazing game pictures. Amazing game pictures. He's somewhere in the UK, maybe even Scotland. And he just came out with a set of rules that are published in book form for like 1630 to like 1720 or something like that. And it's not. I'd be interested in doing 1500 stuff. You know, he claims that there's rules in there to front load them, but I don't know. I'm already involved in too many things. I don't want to paint Turkish and Spanish stuff. I could see that being a big hole to go into. 6 or 7, 2 Peruvians, Huáscar and Independencia, and 4 Chilean vessels. Wooden vessels and maybe a Blanco Encalada. That sounds like a drink. I'll have a Blanco Encalada. Sounds like something with like cream and horchata. I should make a drink. Let me run blanco encalada, and then I'll make a drink based on that. Who the hell is that named after? Blanco encalada. Huascar's cute, if I remember correctly. Cute little ship. Yeah, cute doesn't win wars, but it's important, I think. Yeah, I'd love to play that. And I'm not making it a skirmish con. Especially since it's like $40 and 3 hour sessions. I can't run something in a 3 hour session. That's like a huge rush. That's being rushed big time. I mean, instead of 4 hour sessions like we normally have, I wish there were 6 hour sessions. But I don't mind playing games that take a while, and other people maybe they don't. The word is we're going to try to put on a game, or Mitch is going to run a rapid fire or something like that on a Saturday, the one around St. Patrick's Day, because the girls are out of town. So he said, hey, well, maybe we could do one on a Saturday. I said, we'll do it that weekend because I don't have any family responsibilities. I mean, I could just stay home and paint, but what else we got on here? That's pretty much it, I think. We're going to drop some Nuln Oil in this. Okay, looking forward to it, man. I guess I should read up on the battle. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll ruin it for me. I'll already know more about it than everybody but you. Everybody else who we're playing with, Chilean. Why does this have like a Texas flag on it? Go away. War of the Pacific. Named after the whole ocean, even though there was only in a tiny little corner. A tiny little corner of it. Actually, the size of the Pacific, no matter what you call the War of the Pacific, would only be in a tiny little corner, I guess. There we go. Darkened that up a little bit. Good old Nuln Oil. That's a game actually that everybody has something nice to say about. Is that Ironclads game, that Yaquinto Ironclads. I always say somebody redid the rules, put them back in circulation. I could be wrong. Well, I think this Panzerkampfwagen is good enough for me. See how she looks next to Panzer II. It's like I painted them at the same time, or similarly. Excellent. Yeah, I'm fine moving forward, painting my own crosses. Good thing, because kind of stuck doing that. Or ordering a bunch of them and then just realizing they're the wrong size or what have you. Okay. All right, this guy. Now, before we foul this up again, this is where we dry brush. Not anywhere else. Yeah, go all out. Good stuff. It's available in Publix. Publix has it. Grocery store here. I better put it back. We'll need it in the Wisconsin. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay. That one's down. Next one. Oh, we got to paint crosses. That's what we go to next. See? I forgot already. Now, I turn this bastard upside down, so who knows where this stuff is that I need to be. There's the Panzer Gray. There's that little lighter color. Okay, it's there. Let's add a little bit more to that so we have something to work with. Because we need to do 2 tanks worth of crosses on here. Okay. All right. We need to do the white. And we need to darken it quite a bit to kind of sketch it out. I gotta do a couple of crooked spider flags this weekend. Get those printed out. A couple of these vehicles are just asking for it. It's a lot more fun to destroy them when you know there's little Nazi bastards in there. Okay, this one's like there. And this one is like there. Just putting where the vertical is, just so we're consistent with all of them. this is here. And the other one is, as I didn't put them exactly in the same place on both sides, but they did vary. They did vary some, so it's not like it's some cardinal sin or something. And the one's there. Okay, cool. We got them marked off where they go. All right. Let's get the turret off. Man, I'm really hungry. I need to see if there's something I can put in my mouth. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay. Now, I just need to let it dry a little bit. It's kind of wet. Come and clean up the center with Panzer Gray. Still kind of wet. I think I was just kind of discouraged first couple times I tried doing this, and the cross was at some shape that wasn't like perfectly crossed. I'm like, you just gotta tinker with it. It's just kind of like you put that color down there just kind of as a guide of where it's gonna be. That doesn't mean that's necessarily where it's gonna end up. There we go. You can't do something this precise on one pass. All right, let's lighten this up some. Whoop. Let's get a little bit more of the Panzer Gray to clean it up from the other side. Okay. And we'll go over here. Let's go back to the Panzer Gray. Looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Is it equivalently bright? Yeah, I think so. All right, let's run some of this lighter color through the center. Mr. Barnes, welcome. Just painting some German crosses by hand because I don't have one small enough to fit in there, and pretty happy with the results. Really pretty happy with the results. So one thing I didn't know recently is some of the German markings, the early ones in 1940, were the Polish crosses that's used in Poland, just a white cross, which looks like the Swiss Army is invading instead of the Wehrmacht. They painted the center through them in Panzer Gray. So if you notice, some of the early German crosses early in the war are really narrow compared to some of the later ones. And that's the reason why. So that's what we're looking like now. We're going to go ahead and paint the cross here on the back of the smoke discharger. Just make this one look a little different, just for variety. Oh, whoa, 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 too much, too much, too much. Too light at this point. All right, now let's get some of the Panzer Gray. And do some cleanup. this leg of this cross is a little too long. And let's take some off the top and some off the bottom. Now, we'll lighten this up. And that's good enough for me. See how this thing looks. I don't know how this little, there's some small recognition symbols on the backs I've seen on vehicles. And I'm like, really? Is that going to make that much of a difference? I mean, it's like tiny. Really, really tiny. I guess they thought so, or they wouldn't have put them on there. All right, let's get this out of the way. Get the little dry brush thing out. Especially the one where you drop the paint on. This is the same. I have a pretty steady hand, but the Flow Aid, this stuff is amazing. Just to keep the paint from, I don't have that steady of a hand, but I gotta rest it on stuff. I can't like paint in midair like you see people do on videos. I'm like, what's wrong with that guy? He must be an alien. Paint in midair. What the hell's wrong with you? I have a very sturdy table. Very sturdy paint table. Let's get this. This is US Field Drab, which is the first, the two dry brush colors that'll be on the stand. Which, by the way, how dry are these? Yeah, it's going to take a little longer than normal. It's pretty cold. And that makes some difference. We'll be able to do them this evening. See if it looks equivalent. It does. Okay. Keeping in mind we still need to dust it with the lighter color. Afterwards, Iraqi sand. And you know, how you do this is up to you. Some people like this really, really heavy. Some people like to use like spackle and stuff that they put in there. I'm like, you know, I've got 50 vehicles to do. I can't spend, 20 hours doing each one. So do whatever makes you happy, how you like it to look. This is one of my favorite looking German vehicles, actually. Panzer 3 G. Just like how they look, they're classic looking. Yep, they look equivalent. Let's go up and do the turret. Let's do the same thing with Iraqi sand, which is the third color that manifests itself in the basing of this. So all those colors that you'll find on the base are also up on the vehicle. And it ties it all together. Man, that's loud. It's up on the road and it sounds like a convoy of motorcycles. Yeah, it looks equivalent. Yeah, I don't like them if things are too weathered. They gotta look gray. For me, they gotta look gray. You know, and some of the stuff will wash off. This is just the stuff that didn't wash off on the tank. I think that's where we're going to leave it at. All right. Let's go look. Let's looky. Yeah. I think that looks pretty good in the weathering department. It's a really good looking vehicle. Like aesthetically. And these are a little bit larger than normal, so this is like Panzer III Comfort Plus. Comfort Plus Panzer IIIs. Okay, so on this one, again, we need to do the wooden bits. Let's get this with the live paint the hell out of here. So, soil my pants again. Literally. Oh no, you're holy. We need to put you over there. Let me make sure nothing happens to that pen, that brush. We don't use it for anything else. It needs to stay in shape because you got lots of important uses for it. All right, let's get some black here. All right, what do we got? We got a handle to a shovel over here. We need a better brush than that for this. This is not cutting it. Let's do this one. The handle to an axe. Handle to a mallet. And this block of wood. Okay. Now let's lighten this color up with some more brown. Let's hit those places again. Like this, you supposedly could make the G or the H, but the H had an extra piece of bolted armor on the front of the hull for sure. Maybe even on the mantlet. So just changing this the idler wheel and the sprocket wheel doesn't cut it, folks. Is to have those other differences as well that are, you know, more noticeable than the sprocket being different, than the drive wheel being different. Okay, and now let's take this color here with a little bit of white. Okay, then we need some dry brushing for the machine guns. I think this one's done. The machine guns and the shovels and stuff like that. What is this crazy color? Here it is. Yeah, a fair number of people on with me this morning. Thanks for stopping by, folks. Hope you're entertained. Are you not entertained? I am. I want to finish now. I got 2 of the 3 tanks basically complete. And the cable. Let's not forget the cable. Should you bring figs and a big mat on Monday or just the counters? Bring them both? It's up to you, man. You got the figures for all the ships? Yeah, I can't wait to play that, man. That's good news. Proxies since no one makes the ships. You sure? You sure nobody makes them? Yeah, bring proxies, that's fine. Or counters, doesn't matter. I'm fine either way. I hope I don't enjoy it too much. Next thing you know, I'm buying ships for them. There's a company called Tumbling Dice. I'm pretty sure they certainly make Huáscar Independencia and a few other ones. I don't know if they make all the wooden ones, but we gotta do null oil. We gotta do null oil. Stonewall. Stonewall's an interesting vehicle, an interesting ship. That was the one that was built in France, right? Ended up like, I always thought it was really strange. It was like the famous blockade runner when it does its fight. You know, what is it? The Alabama versus whoever the hell was chasing her. It's off of like Cherbourg. It's off like France. You'd think it'd be like off the coast of South Carolina or something, but nope. They intercepted it way the hell out there. Stonewall's a cool looking ship. But I think, didn't it get like made like in 1865 or something like that? Like really, really late. I don't know, I have it in my battleships book that I guess it's considered a battleship. There's a couple of those ships, and I don't know if that's one of them, but that they'll have a turret, and they'll have like two guns in the turret, and it'll be two different guns. So it'll be like, you know, like a 30-pounder and an 8-inch gun or something like that. Just two totally different things. You know, there's just like, I guess you're just trying to see what works or what you had to throw them on there. I don't remember if that was one of those particular ships, but they had one of them. But all kinds of different ammo they have to carry on board for stuff like that. Okay, and there's the null null. And now we have two. .324 and .325. And the numbers on the back of the turrets aren't too small. They're okay. I would have liked if they were bigger, but it worked. Okay, now the command tank. I'm going to do the crosses again. This one we won't put a cross on the back. How about that? That way all three of them are different. A little bit different. Now where is the holy brush? Do they got rules in that game for that round ship that the Russians had? Is it Novgorod? Like built like in 1877 or something like that. It's a totally round like coastal defense ship. Like yeah, I bet that thing's fun to take down a river downstream. Be like Congo River Rapids. Okay, and we'll get some Panzer Gray. And we'll come and do the middle. We'll come back and clean that up later. That looks pretty darn good. Okay, do the same thing over on this side. Except let's darken this up a little bit. Looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's get some of that lighter color and run it through the center a little bit. This is one we said we were going to clean up a little bit. Don't have to clean up much of it. Okay. You go away. And you come back. And then when we're done with this, we're gonna be done for now. Okay. Always start on the running gear, because if you put too much stuff down, well, you went in some place that's supposed to have a lot of mud anyways. You can have too much weathering. For my taste, anyways. Because I've seen photos that just don't even look real. I'm like, that's just too much weathering. They should have cleaned that vehicle once, ever. Yeah, it looks equivalent. Where's the command? Where's the man? That was heavy. Go to pick up this thing. This thing's die cast. Like, wow, big difference. Big weight difference. And unlike figures, which I like in white metal, I don't mind plastic vehicles. They're a lot easier, a lot less drama putting them together. A lot more things you can use to put them together. I think I remember somebody a long time ago, yeah, I like putting plastic models together. What glue you use? Oh, super glue. Like, wow, that's not very forgiving. Something goes wrong and you got problems on your hand. That is not a good recipe right there. Okay, and now we'll get the lighter color. Man, that's like a motorcycle's day out. What the hell? Loud. Yeah, the street behind my house really isn't that loud of a street, but shit. That's a problem. That's easy to fix. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Man. little fader, the extractor in the roof is kind of a prominent thing on this tank. All right, the wooden things. Let's get this far, far away from everybody. That thing causes trouble. Ah, yes, the wooden box. Where's that box? What box? The box for you to stand on and kiss my ass. Here it is. Jeez. Man, we've been on here a while today, but that's okay because we've gotten a lot done. These things take time. These things take time. Let's paint these items in metallic. Some Null oil in that spot. And we're done. Let's do the Panzer Commander. We're not rolling into him. And you give it a little bit of a rest. Not that I'm afraid of painting him. And the Chauvel. Okay, I think that covers it. I think that covers it. Let's take a look at all three of them. Just like I said, need the Panzer Commander and seal it. Put them on bases and they're done. I'm pretty happy with them, and they look better than they do in that video. For some reason, the video just looks like poo sometimes. But yeah, this pop out nicely. Man, they're so much bigger than a Czech 38, and they're larger versions of them too. So, well, thanks for stopping by, folks, and hanging out with me. Well, guys, we'll see you on the next one, and hopefully these guys will be completely complete soon.